Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome to this international event from whichever part of the world you are joining on behalf of our founder president, our chancellors, our group vice chancellor, our team of Amity University Tashkent, and all the 175,000 members of the Amity Education Group worldwide. It is our privilege to welcome all of you to this exceptional international event that we are hosting on our own campus in Amity University Tashkent. It's an amalgamation of all the wonderful aspects of education, research, employment opportunities, industry interaction, innovation, and the vibrant spirit of the students, which we'll be hosting through various events that include the IEEE conference involving technology, innovation, research paper presentations, a career fest where more than 50 companies are participating to provide an excellent industry interaction and employability opportunities and answer the many questions of our young students studying in Amity Tashkent. And of course, a unique hackathon where the young minds will bring in a number of solutions to the life problems being faced by industries today. Much more in this event, which is starting today and going on to the 14th of November. But it is the pre-inaugural session and a wonderful panel discussion today that we will be showcasing in this first session. My co-host, Gaurav Bhattnagar, over to you.
Thank you, ma'am. Amity has an inspiring global footprint, and our Tashkent campus is a testimony to the same. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my proud privilege and an honor to give you a glimpse of the vibrant Amity University Tashkent campus.
Have you heard about Amity? It's one of the leading international universities which offers foundation, undergraduate and postgraduate programs.
Let me show you this amazing campus.
And this is not the only one. There are 10 other universities with 17 campuses of Amity all around the world.
In 2018, Amity was amongst top 3% universities of the world according to the leading university rankings.
How about study?
Amity offers studies in 3 areas: International Foundation Studies, Bachelor's and Master's degree.
The International Foundation program aims to provide students with an excellent access route to the undergraduate courses by providing them the knowledge and proficiency of English language and mathematical courses.
It also equips students with a deeper understanding of their chosen subject and the competence to pursue it at a higher level.
Amity provides 5 undergraduate programs.
Bachelor of Science and Information Technology.
We shall discuss multiple different
Bachelor of Technology, Computer Science and Engineering.
Bachelor of Arts and Economics.
Bachelor of Arts in Tourism Administration.
Bachelor of Business Administration and Master of Science in Information Technology.
Amity University Tashkent has a number of opportunities for students. Study abroad program, participation in exchange programs on one of Amity's overseas campuses, internships in famous companies in Uzbekistan, scholarships for meritorious students, collaborations with the best experts in various fields, workshops and guest lectures with world-renowned experts and scientists from all over the world.
And Amity is not only about studying, but also a lifestyle.
Hey! In my spare time for more research, I learn in library.
We learn in a library.
But we don't spend our spare time by just reading books.
We work on our projects, discuss and find solutions together.
Study abroad program is important for global exposure to students of various disciplines. The program provides the students with an opportunity to interact with foreign faculty and carry out focused projects under their expert guidance.
Think it's so? Oh, surely no. Workshops and guest lectures with successful individuals bring new insights to younger minds.
Career Center offers different types of internships organized by partners: ACFA, Hilton, Huawei, Grass Insurance, Ministry of Finance, Ipakuli Bank, and so on. Also, industrial visits are provided for students.
Interested in realizing self-project to the world? Visit Incubation Center. Students here create their own startup projects and develop their skills.
Want to become a student at MIT? Then listen carefully. Here is the admission process. The application is held 3 times a year, May, July, and August, which in turn provides an excellent opportunity to retake exams in case of unsuccessful results.
You don't live in Tashkent? That's not a problem. MIT offers dormitory for students that live far from campus.
Our main goal is to unite the youth of Uzbekistan around the quality education and develop them as a mature and well-rounded professionals.
After all, here we develop not only knowledge and skills, we build community and kindly invite you to become a part of global education system.
We hope that the next introduction to this wonderful campus will be in person for all of you as we host our next event next year in person, and all of you will have the opportunity to see this wonderful campus in person. But for the introduction and opening remarks of the event, it is my proud privilege to invite none other than our Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh. He is the right person to introduce this wonderful event because he has not only been one of the key organizers and the inspiration behind the 3 days, but has also been a foundation member of the Amity Education Group since its very inception. He has been instrumental in helping us to nurture international collaborations and also the hearts of the champions of students, whether it is at Amity Tashkent or at the Noida campus. Hence, this unique combination of things which are in the benefit of all our students, faculty, scholars, and industry. Sir, I invite you to give your opening remarks and the introduction of the event.
Thank you, Professor Bhavna Kumar and Mr. Bhatnagar. It's such a privilege to welcome each one of you in our first international conference, which we are organizing at Tashkent. On behalf of our founder, Dr. Ashok Chauhan, on behalf of our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, on behalf of our trustee, Mr. Amol Chauhan, our Rector, Dr. Sunil Khatri, Mr. Babar, our very learned members, our Vice Presidents, Deans, 11 Vice Chancellors of MIT universities, 175,000 family members of MIT family. I welcome each one of you. Dr. Victoria Panova, what a privilege to welcome you. Dear past participants from across the globe who are attending this conference, which we are organizing for the first time in Tashkent, let me introduce you Dr. Victoria Panova as one of the most inspiring women leaders and academic leader who has inspired millions and millions of students. I have seen her speaking, working with her full passion and energy. There is an East Economic Forum, which they organize every year in Russia. And going there in Russia to see that how they are organizing event was an inspiration. More than 21 prime ministers, presidents, more than 500 companies from worldwide she was able to invite. And remember, Dr. Victoria, I told you that one day we will invite you in Tashkent, right, which is very close to Russia, for organizing such event, and that day has come today. Dr. Victoria has been very regular visitor for all international conferences across the globe, which MIT has been organizing. But for the first time, when we are organizing the biggest IEEE conference, which any university has been able to organize in Tashkent, we thought that Dr. Victoria Panova should come as our guest of honor to inaugurate it. So, Dr. Panova, we are so proud that you are here. On behalf of MIT family, a very warm welcome to you. I can also see in the guest list our very special academician and academic leader, Professor Nick Klom, who's the Vice Chancellor of the CQ University of Australia. Very warm welcome to you, Professor Nick. We met Professor Nick a decade back in Australia when he was at Canberra and became friends. A great academic leader, a person who has always led his universities from the front. We are so proud, Professor Nick, that you are here with us. Professor James Miller, another academic leader from Glasgow. I know that it's too early for you. It's 5 a.m. in Scotland, and Professor Miller has been able to join us. Very warm welcome to you, Professor Miller. And I know that right now there are two big developments at Glasgow which are going on. But we feel so proud that you are not only a partner of ours, but with you, we have taken many steps, including launching our joint programs and working on various research programs. Professor Saeed Akhtar, who is one person who has always been respected in the IEEE circle and has been a regular visitor in our all international conferences. Great to see you. Dr. Carmen, the Vice Chancellor and the first female Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh. I think that she is here in the guest list. We can upgrade her in the panel link also. It would be good for us. But Dr. Carmen, you are not only an inspiration to the female leaders of the world, but whenever we see you speaking with passion, whenever we see you speaking to the audience, we feel so proud the way you have been leading not only the research and innovations, but bringing industry closer to the academic world. Today is also a day when we are acknowledging the most significant contribution, not only of our researchers, but of the various companies of Tashkent. It was a dream of our founder. It was a dream of our chancellor. It was a dream of our trustee, Mr. Amol Chauhan. And it was a dream of each one at MIT that we should be able to make significant contribution to the economy of Uzbekistan. And when today we will see the Honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tofkul Abdul Qadir, and the IT First Deputy Minister, Mr. Pekos Olega, we will reiterate our commitment to the government of Uzbekistan that we don't want to create a university which is only creating and giving degrees, but we are opening a university. We are contributing to the economy of Uzbekistan by producing those graduates who can lead the industry. And I remember that 2 years back when our very able rector, Dr. Khatri, and our very able director, Mr. Babar, we floated this idea that we are going to organize the first IEEE conference which any private university in Uzbekistan has organized, along with the largest career fair and along with the hackathon. Not many people supported this idea. There were questions which were asked that how will you bring so many companies together along with researchers? How will you create employment opportunities for the students? But it was the support which we got from the industry. It was the passion of our team. It was the vision of our founder. It was the vision of our chancellor. It was the vision of our trustee. It was the vision of all the team members at Uzbekistan, which has brought most successfully the first ever event which any university in Uzbekistan has organized by bringing industry, academic worlds, and the researchers from across the globe together. I have been given to understand that we have received more than 630 research papers from across the globe. And Dr. Said, I think that this is something on which we feel so proud. And we want to thank IEEE that they have been able not only to give us approval to hold this conference in Uzbekistan, in Tashkent, but also to give us support to invite the who's who of the world. Thank you so very much, IEEE. We are also very thankful to the various companies, and I will like to name all the heads who are present here: Uzbek Telecom, Akfa Group, Huawei, KPMG, Airtel, Express 4, Wipro, Hamcoff Bank, United Distribution, Unicorn, Artel, Aliftech, Golden House, Asia Alliance, Tangi Bank, Data Stack Technologies, Elscom, Mobile Use, Napa Team, Macro, Hilton, Zalek, Enter Engineering, Redison Group, Lee Grand Plaza, Central Bank, Capital Bank, PwC, Applied Labs, PepsiCo, Lays, IPAM, Genesis Technology, Deloitte, Technocrap, Shilov Kurish Bank, Rural Construction Bank, CRRT, Radio Communication Broadcasting and Television Center, US Digital, IT Park, Usin Focoem, Olekhya, the Postal Service of Uzbekistan, Information Technology Center of Uzbekistan, CA Distribution Center, Center for Innovation, Technology and Strategy, Veronica, and all the ministries of Uzbekistan who have been able to support this event. Dr. Victoria, we can't match the kind of annual conference which you have been organizing, where more than 25 presidents and prime ministers of the world are participating. But we promise you that this is going to be the annual event, and within 3 years, you will find many prime ministers, many presidents who will be coming to Tashkent to participate in this annual event, which we will now be organizing now onwards. Once again, on behalf of the family, I want to welcome each one of you. But this was our commitment to the people of Uzbekistan, that we are going to create a university which will not only create graduates, but will create employment opportunities, which will create wonderful opportunities for the students to start their own ventures, which will bring industry and academics together, which will bring world-renowned researchers to Uzbekistan. And I'm so happy when today I meet the student committees of the students. I was talking to them early morning, and I can see that 1,000 students from Uzbekistan participating in this event. I have been given to understand by Mr. Babar, and my compliments to Mr. Babar and your team for organizing the hackathon, in which more than 1,000 students, not only from Uzbekistan, but from across the globe are participating, and quite a few, about 100 companies from across the globe are supporting this event. And that is what the real education means. When the industry comes together, when researchers come together, when we get a support from the companies, when we are able to shape the dreams of the youngsters. Thank you so very much for supporting industry this event. On behalf of MIT family, we want to thank each one of you. I've also been given to understand that we are organizing the first largest career fair in Uzbekistan, where hundreds of companies are coming together, and 55 of them, they have opened their stalls. They're putting their stalls in our campus, and will be picking up the students from the Taj. Congratulations to all the students. I think that these are the initiatives which will bring you closer to the industry, and that is what MIT stands for. We always say that we nurture talent, and we are so happy to see that when today we got a feedback from the students that they are not only getting a wonderful opportunity to participate in hackathon, in participating in the research conference, participating in the career fair, but also many of them, they have got the employment letter in their hand. On behalf of MIT family, congratulations to all youngsters. And once again, very warm welcome to our very distinguished academicians from across the globe. We feel so proud. MIT today is an international brand with 15 foreign campuses, with our university in Singapore, with our university in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, in Sharjah, in Mauritius, in South Africa, in Kenya, in Amsterdam, in San Francisco, and of course, in Tashkent. And our new campuses which are coming in Canada, Australia, Russia, where we are very closely working with FIFU, with Dr. Panova, in France, in Italy, and Spain, and with 175,000 students, with more than 10,000 faculty members, and with the research orientation, where MIT faculty has filed more than 1,500 patents. And we are amongst the top 3% education groups of the world as per the QS ranking. We feel so proud that today our Tashkent campus, which is a very young campus, is now taking the people, that now coming forward to lead the academic world, industry world, and is able to provide wonderful opportunities to the students, researchers, and industry. Thank you so very much. It was a privilege to welcome each one of you.
Thank you, sir, for those wonderful opening remarks. We are joined by our special guest today, Dr. Victoria V. Panova. Before I hand over this session to her, let me quickly introduce her to our audience today. Dr. Victoria V. Panova is the Vice President for International Relations of the Far Eastern Federal University. Her research focuses on the club governance, G8, G7, G20, and BRICS, military, political, and energy security, sustainable development, as well as global governance. Dr. Purnova publishes in a variety of national and international journals, including International Affairs Forum, Routledge, EIR International Trends, New and Newest History, and many others. Without further ado, may I request Dr. Purnova to please address the August gathering today.
Thank you, Dr. Bhattanagar. Thank you, Dr. Gurinder Singh. If I could ask you to launch the presentation, the organizers.
Yes, sure. Just give me a second.
Wonderful. Okay, so here we go. If I could, hold on. I cannot see it here. Okay, here we go. So it is, of course, my greatest pleasure, dear colleagues, dear friends. I'm truly delighted to participate in this conference on innovations organized by Amity University, which is a well-known and prominent partner of the Far Eastern Federal University. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Gurinder Singh for the honor of speaking here at this marvelous event, albeit in a virtual format. As we discussed earlier, we do hope that next year we will manage to do physical presence, because we do miss our partners, our colleagues greatly. Before we proceed, I would like to highlight the relevance and importance of the topic of this conference. As the world is entering the digital age, digital solutions, information and communication technologies, and internet-based tools are becoming essential elements of the modern life today. Now, when more than half of the world's population is online, these new technologies do not just add the new layer to contemporary economic processes, they shape the way people live. Technological advancements as a source of new knowledge and practice have also become key tools of modern education, capable of bringing it to the same level with world processes. Grasping all benefits of technologies and timely implementation of them for a common good, that is why it is paramount to constantly keep up with the pace of innovative development. Discussing this topic is important, and I'm glad that here all of us have a chance to do so. Thank you for this slide. And indeed, the world economy is going through a radical process of transformation. Ever since the digital age started to set its foothold in the mid-20th century, the economy is moving toward a different stage of growth period, where the relations between economic agents and functions, production factors and processes, market variables and institutes are also going through an intense makeover. The ratio of labor-based and manufacturing-based industries gets reduced, paving the way to knowledge-intensive and service-based industries to secure a larger share of the economy, which are commonly referred to the knowledge economy. As the main drivers of innovative growth, higher education institutions are required to effectively adjust to a number of paramount system-level trends in order to claim leading status. If you could go with the next slide. At the same time, with intensifying pace of discovery and technological embracement, the role of universities goes beyond educational purposes. Modern institutions become increasingly devoted to the development of R&D and innovative infrastructure, such as science and technology parks, incubators, research labs, and business accelerators. These are the main sub-entities responsible for consulting in the sphere of small and medium entrepreneurship and technological audit. They do promote culture of innovation and contribute to the competitiveness of the institution they belong to. Among other things, the concept of innovative university implies assigning an important role to the formation of innovative environment and culture in the local community by optimizing internal processes, introducing organizational and management practices, creating centers for innovative and technological work, which could include business representatives, teachers, and students. And of course, Far Eastern University, Federal University, is actively involved in the modern socioeconomic agenda, forming its own response to the implied groups. And you can see with the main figures at the slide how we do respond to those tendencies. If we could have the next slide, please. Along with enhancing the main educational trajectory, FAFU enables students to develop and implement their technical projects and developments through other departments. Ruski Technopark was created on the basis of FAFU in 2017, following the intention to launch an international technological cluster on the island. And it is something that was, it's like a mission that was offered to us by President Putin, and that's why it is extremely important, in addition to our personal understanding, our institutional understanding of their mission, to do the good job. So the mission of the Technopark is to become a full-fledged center for coordinating support for technological projects in the Far East, together with the key development institutions of the Russian Federation. As of now, there are more than 80 residents in the Technopark, 15 of which are Skolka residents. Technopark residents are represented in clusters such as information and telecommunication technologies, chemistry and new material development, marine technology, energy efficiency and energy supply, and industrial technology. In addition, the Technopark is actively expanding international cooperation with partners from People's Republic of China, Republic of Korea, Japan, Vietnam, and of course, India as our very prominent partner, and other countries. Next slide, please. Another important element of IT system of FAFU is the Center of National Technological Initiative, created in 2017. The center develops solutions for the creation of high-tech products using neurotechnologies, virtual and augmented reality technologies, which will allow domestic companies to become national champions and compete in the global market. Projects are developed with the participation of 42 FAFU engineers and scientists, members of the Engineering and Education Consortium. The platform of education VR AR solutions for schools offers the best solutions for teaching systems in basic and additional subjects. With the NTI Center, there is a competence center whose tasks are expert assessments of the existing VR and AR solutions, holding open webinars on the implementation of technologies in education, developing advanced training programs for teachers, publishing analytical notes and reviews. And of course, we would be very happy because this is a consortium which we lead. We would be very happy if our partner MIT will be actively joining this endeavor. Next slide, please. In the current conditions of the growing digitalization, it becomes necessary to keep pace with the rapid development of technologies, as well as to create qualified specialists ready for the challenges of the future labor market. For this purpose, the Institute of High Technologies and Advanced Materials was established this September. We had a little restructuring going on. This is a scientific and educational center that trains highly qualified personnel through research into the nature of matter, the creation of new materials, and the development of science-intensive technologies that will determine the future. The Institute is a worthy successor of the best traditions of FAFU School of Natural Sciences in the field of science and education. It has 27 scientific labs covering such areas of knowledge as general and experimental physics, theoretical physics, chemistry and materials, nuclear technologies. Under the auspices of the Institute, a research complex where the synchrotron will be created on Ruski Island, which will conduct research in the field of physics, chemistry, life sciences, and material sciences. As you understand, the synchrotron is one of the few very advanced technological endeavors, and it will allow to offer best experimental base for those who are going into fundamental and experimental physics. So we also welcome our partners from MIT globally from all campuses to be joining this endeavor in their research. Next slide, please. The Technopark's partner for a variety of projects is the FEFO Project Activity Center. This unit provides students of all specialties, both undergraduates and graduates, with engineering projects initiated by external or internal customers that have scientific and applied value and the prospect of commercialization. The FEFO Center of Project Activities was created to unite talented and motivated students who are interested in the embodiment of innovative and promising ideas from a commercial point of view. And I think this is exactly what your students and what Amity is doing with bringing it closer to industry, your students closer to industry. Their work is carried out in several areas, among them the Internet of Things, big data, robotics, bioengineering, space systems, nanotechnology. Projects are worked out in conjunction with large enterprises that provide experts to advise student teams and often act as customers themselves. And I can tell you that during this Eastern Economic Forum, which was held physically, not online, unfortunately, not many people were still going online, but we had, I think, almost 3,000 people that managed to join us in person. This, we managed to demonstrate a number of achievements, including in space, and like the satellite that is done together by our students and big companies would be launched to space in 2 years. So this is just one of the examples. Next slide, please. In pursuit of the goal of becoming an innovation center of the Asia Pacific region in 2020, Far Eastern Federal University initiated the creation of the Innovative Research and Development Center Ruski. Using its geographic location, the IRDC Ruski will become a focal point for Russia in promoting technologies, businesses, startups, and will provide access to capital as well as technologies, not only in the Asia-Pacific region, but throughout the world. To understand the level of importance of this IRDC, you should understand the order was signed by Prime Minister of Russia, and so far there are only 2 such places in Russia like that. The mission of the center is to combine Russian technologies with global markets to ensure domestic technological presence in the center of world development. It will focus on 3 major research tracks, which are defined in accordance with the strategy of the scientific and technological development of the Russian Federation. These tracks are World Ocean, Information and Communication Technologies, and Biotechnologies, which also represent viable opportunities for rapid market growth in the coming years. In 2022, it is planned to launch a pilot site with the participation of the first residents. The core will be companies that are already leaders in the field of science and technology, export their high-tech products to the Asia-Pacific markets, create or have production facilities in the Far East. They will set trends for research and development, create a hotbed for solving real problems. Around such companies, a pool of startups and pilot education programs will be formed. By 2030, the R&D Center Ruski is expected to hold more than 55 anchor residents, 200 technological startups, 3,000 science-based workplaces, 2,000 student innovative projects, and occupy approximately 5% share of the global market of high-tech products. Next slide, please. A solid share of attention in FEFO is paid to unfolding the innovative entrepreneurship talents of students. In this regard, under the auspices of Ruski Technopark, 2 major educational models are implemented: the Far Eastern Start and Startup as a diploma. In the 2020-2021 academic year, an educational program for the formation and development of competencies in the field of project activities and technological entrepreneurship, Far Eastern Start, was launched, following the result of which student startups are selected, accompanied, and assisted in attracting funding. This program is most relevant for students not limiting their affiliation to FEFO only, educational institutions, business circles, and regional authorities. The training takes place online via the dedicated platform. The whole program consists of 2 modules. In the first module, the participants are divided into teams looking for ideas, testing the first hypothesis about the product using the project activity simulator platform, looking for their place in the market, choosing a business model, taking out online course and attended seminars by expert practitioners from business innovation. In the second module, the teams work on developing specific products, creating minimum viable products, attracting first users, and striking first deals through the project. The teams are accompanied by mentors who help the project solve the educational and entrepreneurial tasks and build the trajectory for the development of their product. The first year of the program resulted in 117 unique projects executed by 1,043 participants from 19 universities of the Russian Far East and accompanied by 40 mentors, entrepreneurs. And we would be happy if Amity does join us in this endeavor as well. Next slide, please. Another thing I mentioned is Startup as a Diploma program. And FEFA was the first university in Russia where the graduation procedure in the form of startups has been practiced since 2017. And as a head of the commission, we have the Minister of the Forest and Arctic Development. It aims to involve talented students in the development of an ecosystem of technology entrepreneurship, support early stages startups and their development in the future. And in total, we had 38 graduates with projects in the field of bioengineering, neurotechnology, virtual and augmented reality, artificial intelligence, robotics, and other areas. And this happened just within 4 years that this thing is existing. Next slide, please. Thus, Far Eastern Federal University is constantly improving its performance, which is the result of the progressive development of the university as a key scientific, educational, and technological center in the Russian Far East. We're proud of our successes in innovative areas and are ready to promote this experience internationally. And we're happy that we also serve as a base, as a platform for the Eastern Economic Forum, of which Professor Gurinder Singh have mentioned. And we do hope that next year you will be present here at EEF in person and that we'll be able to present to our leaders both in virtual and physical format what we've achieved as partners so far. Thank you so much once again for inviting me here and have a very successful conference.
Thank you, Dr. Panova, for that brilliant and an extensive presentation. It is now time to begin our pre-conference panel discussion on role of technology in driving social change. I have with us Professor Nick Klomp, Vice Chancellor and President of the CQ University, Australia. As the Vice Chancellor, he leads the university by driving its strategy and academic vision, enhancing its culture and external profile, strengthening its financing and supporting its communities across a national network of campuses. Professor Klomp, we welcome you to this panel discussion, to this conference today. We also have with us Dr. Carmen Z. Lamagna, Vice Chancellor, American International University, Bangladesh. Under her guidance, the university from its
very good to see
has
you.
earned
Very
eminence
happy to meet you.
as a higher seat of quality education in Bangladesh and abroad within a short period of its establishment in 1995. Dr. Lamagna's achievements as an educator and manager may be gleaned from the positions she has in prestigious international bodies. Once again, Dr. Lamagna, we welcome you to this conference, to this panel discussion today. We also have with us Professor James Miller, Deputy Vice Chancellor Strategy, Glasgow Caledonian University, UK. Professor James is an alumnus of Harvard University's Institute of Education Management. He is a fellow of the Royal Society of Medicine, a member of the Institute of Directors, and has been a visiting lecturer at 4 Scottish universities, teaching on undergraduate and master's program in nursing, healthcare management, and clinical leadership. He has published in peer-reviewed national and international journals on a range of clinical and management issues in healthcare and is a regular reviewer of a number of journals. I welcome you, Professor Miller. And without any further ado, may I request our Group Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Gurinder Singh, sir, to please start the proceedings of the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatnagar, and what a privilege to welcome the academic leaders of the world today in our first international conference, which we are organizing in Uzbekistan in Tashkent. This is the first time that any private university in Uzbekistan is organizing IEEE conference, largest career fair, and also the largest hackathon in that region. We feel so proud that we have been able to bring not only the academic leaders, but the who's who of the industry. More than 100 companies are supporting this event, and we can see thousands of students, researchers from across the world participating in it. On behalf of our founder, Dr. Chauhan, on behalf of our chancellor, on behalf of our trustee, Mr. Amol Chauhan, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who's our chancellor, he has also joined. And on behalf of all 175,000 members, we welcome each one of you in this very interesting panel discussion. We have got three top academic leaders of the world. And I can see Dr. Carmen, who is not only the academic leader, but I would say inspirational leader, and the first female vice chancellor of Bangladesh, which is not only inspiring the females of Asia, but also the budding academicians of the world by inculcating the spirit of research, by inculcating the hopes, by inculcating them with the wonderful opportunities which they will have in the academic world. Very warm welcome to you, Dr. Carmen, for sparing your time. Professor Nick, who is not only a very close friend of ours. I met him, I think, a decade back in Canberra, and we promised that we will be running a marathon together. We have not done that, but Professor Nick, great to see you as a Vice Chancellor of CQ University and creating wonderful opportunities for the students and participating in our panel discussion. Professor James Miller from Glasgow, who is not only an academic leader, but a person who has given many new theorems, especially concentrating on new technology and in the field of nursing. He is a name which everyone not only takes with respect, but is a very inspirational leader. We are starting up with our panel discussion with Dr. Carmen, and I'm aware that Dr. Carmen has another appointment after 45 minutes or so. So Dr. Carmen, we will first like to know from you that how technology has transformed universities. And in the last 2 years, we have seen that there has been a radical change in education system. But what you need to convey for about 5 minutes or so as an introductory remark to this panel, that how technology has transformed the changes in the society. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. Good morning. I in fact was telling Professor Singh that I cannot make it today because I have another engagement. In fact, I left that one. I'm using 2 laptops. So I left that one, and then I'm here. So after my introduction, I hope, Professor Singh, you will allow me to leave, and the panelists, you will please allow me to leave. And I am very much humbled by the reply of Professor Singh when I said I cannot, but I cannot say no to Amity. Who can say no to Professor Singh? Okay, so thank you very much. And it's nice to meet all of you in the panel. And I would like to join that marathon too, okay?
Absolutely.
Okay, so thank you very much. Now, we all know that technology has profoundly altered our modes of life, especially during this pandemic. It has not spared the social institutions of its effect. The institutions of family, religion, morality, marriage, property has been altered. Even our daily life has been altered. Modern technology in taking away industry from the household has radically changed the family organization. Technology has also impacted social change, improved education, access to information, and allows people to self-educate. People who may not have been able to attend the university can even take online courses to obtain an education. Technology, if wisely selected, applied and accepted by the local culture, ensures improved economic and social infrastructure. For any successful economy, technology becomes a catalyst for social change. The role of technology in community development is to give power and a voice to people within the larger ecosystem. Thank you, Professor Singh. But I will stay for a while, okay?
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Carmen. We have got a number of questions before the learned panelists came. We have sent a questionnaire to all our universities, to our students, and we got tremendous response. So there are more than 1,000 questions which have come to us. Don't worry, we're not going to ask you those 1,000 questions. So we have categorized them into the 5 broad parts. So one of the major questions, which I think is coming from Tashkent University, is how the technology can bridge the gap between the government and citizens. We are so proud that we have been able to open the first IT university in Tashkent, but most of the students who are now concentrating on new age technologies and who are concentrating a career in IT, in AI, and then in various other courses which we are offering, I think that their question is that how technology can bridge a gap between the government and citizens by helping preventing the corruption. So we'd like to understand more from Professor Nick that what social changes technology is bringing and how it can help in bringing people together and in bridging the gap between the various sectors of the society and how it can also prevent the corruption. Over to you, Professor Nick. You need to unmute, Professor Nick.
There we go. How's that? Can you hear me? Thank you so much, Professor Gurinder Singh. Great to see you again. We will do that marathon, and thank you so much for inviting me. And I'm just so privileged to discuss this topic because the role of technology in driving social change is just dear to my heart and probably to the heart of many leaders in universities around the world. And to be able to discuss this with such an august panel is my absolute privilege and honour. Yeah, look, as we've just heard, I think there's no doubting that technology has and will continue to drive social change, probably at an accelerating rate into the future, and in all the industries, not just education, but in industries across all the demographics of human society, culture, and even at a national level. And when I was first thinking about, well, the technologies, I thought of the things that we all think of immediately, how drone technologies, for example, will transform the way supply chains behave, and 3D printers will have the potential to decentralize the production of essential goods across many industries and sort out those supply chains. Renewable microgrid technologies, I'm working on some of those at the moment with hydrogen and other renewables. They could redistribute the control of power supplies, not just for individual homes, but for communities. And of course, we keep talking about artificial intelligence and how that will likely disrupt almost every job across the global economy. But you won't be surprised to hear that I want to mostly talk about the role of technology and how that can drive social change in education. And here's the problem. Technology can actually drive a change, good or bad. There can be good aspects and poor aspects of technology, and depends on how it's applied. But I suspect that the role of technology in education is invariably positive, and it addresses some of the things that we've already just been asked to address. It's not just the education itself about what we need to learn, but specifically how we actually teach and learn. And we're seeing an unprecedented changes in the adoption and development of technologies right now. A lot of it has been driven by COVID. I accept that. COVID has been a great accelerator in the last year or two. At the height of the pandemic, UNESCO estimated that 1.5 billion students were not attending their classes. 1.5 billion. Many of those had opportunities to learn at a distance, and many of those had an opportunity, it might have been good or bad, to be learning online. So it really gave rise to all various educators and institutions around the world to start thinking very seriously about distance education and online education and the rise of a whole of those platforms. Seeker University, my university, is already a big provider of online education. And so in some ways, COVID didn't disrupt our approaches very much at all. We have lots of online classes, but it was fairly simple for us to pivot. So what we've done in the last year and a half is actually concentrate not just on can you provide your classes online and therefore be able to provide education to various people that couldn't otherwise attend. So we're increasing the access and participation in higher education, and that of course has that social equity benefit for society. But no, what we did instead was spend the last couple of years driving innovation, and they don't have to be huge technological changes. They just need to be sometimes subtle changes in the use of technology, and it can really make a major difference to the social fabric and the advantage in society. So I just want to give you two very quick examples. One of them is what we call My CQU. It's an interface, it's a portal, it's an app, if you like, for all our students. But what we found when we went to our students is that many students were put off any online learning. Well, for starters, they had to go to a learning management system. They had to go to their timetables, their car parking, their grades, all sorts of things, because we forgot about the person. We forgot about the student in the middle of all of this great technology. And so we flipped that on the head. We created a portal that gives students not just 24/7 access to support and learning materials, and not just all the things they require in one app, but actually completely personalizes for them. It's about them. It's about their study progress, about their subjects, about the support that they need, the communications with students and staff in their area. And why am I making a fuss about this? Because really, in some ways, it's just an adaptation of the technology that was already there. But this is what we found. People that weren't accessing higher education, first in family, First Nations, rural and regional people, low socioeconomic, various underrepresented groups in higher education, suddenly this made their access to the university and their studies far more accessible. It made it about them. And the beauty of that is it increases retention, it increases their learning and their outcomes, the communication amongst peers, amongst the students and the teachers, a whole lot of things. And I use that as one example of how the technology is out there, but the correct use of technology can really have social benefit. In this case, it actually makes higher education more accessible to people than otherwise it would be. And that's a driver of quality and social equity that I think is really important. A lot of people think about technology and it's the apps and it's the IT and it's the satellites, and it's all important. But let's remember that great technology and the great use of technology can actually drive really great social change. And the final thing, the example, I've got many others in research, but I couldn't go past this one. We started thinking about, well, what about all the people in all our nations across the world that are really flat out? We take the example of someone that is a nurse. They're very, very busy. They've got their own work. They might be working odd hours in shifts, particularly during COVID. They're on call all the time. They've got their own family. They're concerned about their own family that might be ill. What about if that person wanted to upgrade their skills? At the moment, many universities make that person, he or she, attend class, or even if they do it online, we aren't that flexible. So we've come up with, using the technology, what we call hyper flexible offerings. And it's this: you enroll anytime, you start anytime. You don't have to wait for a term, you don't have to wait for a semester, and you can submit your assignments at any time. If you've got a week free and you knock off a few assignments, that's terrific. And if you go months, weeks or months without doing an assignment, that's okay as well. It's totally online, highly interactive, accessible 24/7, 100% online, but 100% student support and personalized, so they actually know that it's about them. Now, that is, again, using technology, which is all too hard for us to do until we started thinking about all the technological improvements, some of it driven by COVID, and we put the student in the center of that. And I think that might be a trick. That's a great use of technology. And boy, does that drive social change, because it allows people to access higher education, folk that either couldn't or wouldn't because they didn't feel as though it was appropriate for them. I'm really proud of those sorts of things, but I'm sure there's plenty of other examples out there as well. I better stop there, Professor Singh.
Thank you, Professor Nick. We will now request Professor Miller to give his opening remarks on how the role of technology is driving social change But along with that, Professor Miller, number of female participants are asking questions. So I would request you to initially react on it. And then Dr. Carmen, if you can also speak on the issue. So over to you, Professor James. You can first speak on the role of technology in driving a social change. But there are considerable questions which are coming from the female students and scholars. And they are citing a few figures, which I'm quoting here. One of the figures which is coming is that it's a fact that females, they do a lot of work and they exceptionally show their keenness when they are in their junior classes. The figures are that till their school level, females excel and they are always ahead of boys in education. But when you look in the higher education, somewhere the females, they are not able to come forward. And if you look at now the statistics which one of the students has shared from Tashkent campus, it's very amazing and it's very shocking also. Look at the list of the Fortune 500 companies and you will find that only 11% of the companies are being controlled or are being headed by the female leaders. Why is it so? And do you feel that now with the change in the technology, by bringing technology in and integrating in the university system, you feel that this social divide will help the female students to also occupy important positions in the times to come? Till school, they are the best. Higher education, they come down. And when we see in the real world, we see that they are not even 11, 12%. Over to you, Professor Miller.
Well, good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome from Glasgow, whereas the eyes of the world are on us at the moment with regard to COP26. And to Professor Klomp's point, it could be argued that the emergency, the climate emergency that we are dealing with at the moment could well be as a result of one of those negative impacts of technology in the world. So I will make a few remarks, Dr. Singh. I ought to start by saying I will feel left out if I do not join the marathon. So when you get to that point, do shout. But I think there's an interesting issue here around history and technology. And one of the papers that I read quite recently on digital technology and social change, which appeared in a journal called Dialogue in Clinical Neurosciences, there was a very interesting point that was being made there, looking at the history and what were described as three meta paradigms of technology and the impact that it has had on society. And they were described as, first of all, transforming material. And then you can go back to the Stone Age and the Iron Age to see how materials changed how society functioned. And then a bit later on in history, transforming energy. So thinking about the way in which energy changed, the Industrial Revolution, and we're now in the fourth industrial age. And then finally, where we are, I suppose, at the moment is around transforming information. And the quote that really stuck with me, and there are two parts to it, where digital technology, including its omnipresent connectedness and its powerful artificial intelligence, is the most recent long wave of humanity's socio-economic evolution. And I think that runs alongside the comments that the rest of the panel have made. But interestingly, less than 1% of the world's technology stored information was in digital format in the late 1980s. And that is now surpassing 99% by 2012. So the impact is huge. And there is an estimation that for every 2.5 to 3 years, humanity is able to store more information since the beginning of civilization. So this is a huge issue. And the area that I wanted to concentrate around social change here is to recognize that actually there are a huge number of underserved parts of the world that really need to drive social change. And it complements very much what Professor Klomp was saying in relation to education. And I would like to align this to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and the 17 areas of improving poverty or eradicating poverty in a sustainable way across the world. And in all 17 of them, they will either be impacted or they will impact technology and how social change will be driven for the future. And so my issue is around how can technology be used for social good, because in so many ways, technology is improving the lives of those who already have good lives. So how can we use technology to improve those that are not in such privileged position? We know that 2 billion people live on less than $2 a day, and that millions of women and children lack basic human rights. And I will come back to the questions that were raised by our panel, by your questioner earlier on. But this is an issue that doesn't just affect those emerging nations. So 40% of children in US urban schools, for example, do not graduate. So how can we use technology to ensure that we are scaling up and improving and breaking down the barriers to social change? And I think there are probably 6 areas that I think are really key. First of all, empowering with information, and we've heard some of that already. Secondly, about how we can teach and how we can engage, and this very much speaks to Professor Klomp's comments. But one of the things that I would say is that we cannot fall into the trap of assuming that because it's out there, that it's everybody who is accessing it. Dr. Panova said, recognized that half of the world is now online. Well, that equally means that half of the world is not online. So how do we make sure that this is available to everybody? And we all remember the introduction of MOOCs, of massive online open courses, described by some as being the democratization of higher education. And yet we know that a significant proportion of those who actually access them already had degrees. Many of them already had PhDs. So how do we use that to make sure that we are that those that would benefit the most from engaging and through education? The third is around making matches. How do we know that in one part of the world there's a great piece of initiative that would help alleviate poverty? How do we know that we can use then the technology to match that with another part of the world? And one of the initiatives that my university was involved with was developing a platform called Common Good First. And this was to connect, to match up social ground up, bottom up driven changes across the world and make sure that everybody was learning from each other. Crowdsourcing and crowdsourcing hotspots. Fifthly, how do we reach the underserved? And last in that little list, how do we raise money for good, for the benefit of everybody? And I've mentioned the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, which are the framework that our strategy 2030 in our university is based. Let me just pick up the point that was the question that was being asked about women and education. These statistics are absolutely right, of course, and we have seen time and time again that in primary and secondary schools, girls outperform boys in a number of areas. And of course, we've always been quite worried about women in particular going into STEM subjects, and I'll maybe come back to that in a minute. But I would offer some hope as far as this is concerned. This will only change if there is a positive mindset against it and that we actually actively address it. It is not going to change on its own. And in our university, 40% of our professoriate are females. So a wee bit to go, but it is different from many other universities, and certainly above the national average that we have here in the United Kingdom. We also have a partnership in Oman, which we've had for 25 years. And this is an engineering college which is now part of the National University of Science and Technology in Oman. And 50% of the undergraduates, 50% of the graduates there are females. Now, if only we could achieve that in the United Kingdom, or indeed in many other parts of the world, then we would be making progress. But the other thing that I would say is, let's look at where some of the great successes have been during COVID. And we can identify that in a number of areas, and I would point to New Zealand in particular, where those who have been very successful have been led or either primarily or exclusively by females and by female staff. So there are good examples, there are good role models out there, but everybody needs to be involved in making sure that the opportunities for women are there and that they take them up, because it's not good enough just to say, oh, well, you know, any female can become a professor. They need to know how to do that. They need to know how to present themselves. They need to know how to ensure that their skills come to the fore. So I will finish by saying that one of Dr. Carmen's citizens, our emeritus Chancellor, Mohammed Yunus, he's very clear. Poverty does not belong in a civilized society. Its proper place is in a museum. And our challenge is to make sure that we can use the positive influence of technology to put poverty where it belongs in that museum. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Miller. And it was such a wonderful opening remarks from you on not only on SDGs, but how we need to look at the 50% of the population, which is yet to be integrated with technology. Thank you so very much. But we'd like to know more from Dr. Carmen. Dr. Carmen, you yourself, you have been an academic leader, first female Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh, known in the field of academics as a person who has taken many initiatives. But why is it so that in spite of technology coming forward, we see very few females taking advantage of the position which they should occupy in the society? And can you foresee that technology is going to bring change in their lives? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Singh. Look at our panel. I'm only representing 25%. I do not know among the participants how many, but when I started the university, we started with 70 students. I only have 3 female students. So, but then towards, I mean, the current times now, I have at least 30 to 35% female students. And of course, when they see a female vice chancellor, the parents will be at least a little bit comfortable that, yes, we have a female who will take care of our girls. So even my staff are now in one of my department, especially the admission and the information. I have more than 50% female staff. So it looks like that. I mean, female are, I would say, best in communication. You know, they instill the interest of the students, of the incoming students. And I will deal on 2 issues here, the female, of course, and higher education. It is the role of the civil society to advocate for the right role of digital technology. Policymakers will have to address access, affordability, gender equality, and in partnerships with the other stakeholders, it is imperative that when the government have policies, it will be it should be gender sensitive, since women and girls face additional hurdles on all the fronts, especially during the pandemic. I need not to explain that. We all know that, you know, a wife who is a working wife have to make sure that the children are having online classes, will have their meals on the table after the online classes, and should have play dates because they are just confined in the four walls of the house. Now, while access to mobile technology is in general no longer a barrier for women, women are 26% more likely to have smartphones than men. It is in productive use and adoption of these technologies where the main gap reopens. Women use the internet either for social communication, online shopping, of course, that is in our genes, women online shopping, and family activities. And of course, you have the online banking or seeking for a job or increasing their skills through online classes, or in general in remote working. In summary, skills in high demand in digital intensive sectors are displayed more by men than women, and this will increasingly affect the labor market of the future. Women need to acquire more self-organization, management, and communication skills, as well as advanced numerical skills. Girls still lag in the enrollment in STEM studies. Policymakers need to target gender biases in curriculum, helping shape parental preferences as well as teachers' expectations, and promote encouragement throughout the educational system. Obstacles to adult education and lifelong learning for aging women need to be removed, and more opportunities need to be created and coordinated and actors. We must advocate for knowledge that is equally shared and whose content is empowering to women and girls and to all the vulnerable groups. Now, talking about, let me add to the remarks of my two panelists here, my two knowledgeable panelists, and I would say my marathon colleagues. While the response of higher education institutions to the pandemic should be applauded, the work is just beginning. The rapid shift to online learning is a powerful start, but over the past year, we've learned that solely hosting lectures is leaving some students behind and leaving many yearning for the rich campus experience. Technology undoubtedly plays an important role in these reimagined experiences, and the social and emotional value of being there in the campus will keep campuses and classrooms thriving while being included, even when physical attendance isn't possible. Empower students to drive their learning and remain connected to their community of peers, mentors, professors, and friends. This is a tremendous time for opportunity and innovation. Some may call it hybrid classes. I call it high flex, as Professor Clamp has always mentioned flexibility. So it's high flex. Regardless of what we call it, these changes are sparkling an endless amount of faculty creativity around the learner-centered experiences. Education institutions face similar challenges around the world, and there are few, if any, industries as collaborative as higher education. By working together, industries, government, higher education institutions who share the same vision for more student-centric models, we can make learning more accessible for all the students, regardless of gender, of age, of race, whatever. So thank you, Professor Singh. And I hope that I have contributed to this panel discussion. Thank you.
Of course, Dr. Carmen. Your thoughts have been really inspirational for thousands of students who are listening to you very carefully, and especially to our female colleagues and students for whom you are a living inspiration, that how you have not only led the academic work, but are contributing in making our society a much better place. Professor Dick, we'll come back to you. There have been a number of questions which are tapping around the hybrid model of education and how is it going to drive the social change. Professor Dick, we'll first come to you, and then we will request Professor Miller and Dr. Carmen to give their inputs.
Yes,
Professor Dick,
yes,
do
thank
you
you.
think that hybrid hybrid model is going to replace the university system. We have seen about 85% of the universities changing their methodology and coming up with the hybrid model. So over to you. We want to listen from you. What are your views?
So it's very interesting that you asked that, because in the middle of COVID, the Australian government decided to survey all the students of Australia, all the domestic students, to see how they were finding the COVID way of higher education, because a whole lot of all the 40 public universities in Australia all had to go online. Well, you might imagine the vast majority of students hated it. They were cranky about it. They were missing their online, their face-to-face classes. But just quietly, and I don't mean to show off, but Seeker University was the second best in Australia. Now, what's going on? Well, how did that happen? And the deal is, you can't just take your classes that are normally face-to-face, whack them online and think that it's all fine. It isn't like that. So there's a poor use of technology. Yeah, the technology's there, but it's a poor use of technology. We'd actually been working in the online space for, well, we're setting up mail packages 50 years ago and an online space for 30 years. It takes a long time to actually start thinking about what are the needs of the student. And so I wouldn't want anyone listening, the thousands of people listening, to think that somehow, as Professor Miller said, that a MOOC would suddenly take over and get rid of the lecture theatres. It won't happen like that at all. Different people will have different study needs, and even the same person will have different study needs at different stages of their lives. If they're a school leaver, they may well be wanting to interact in groups and they're used to it from coming from school. But if they're working and trying to upgrade their skills, they might want really something very, very flexible. So we've got to be prepared to use the technology to not only address those different learning needs and those different career moves, but at the same time, as being consistent with all of the talk today, is at the same time using those opportunities to provide access to education to the less represented groups. And that's something that's, I know it's dear to all our hearts, and it's more than that, it's actually our responsibility. We are in charge of universities, we have got the technology there, and it's not good enough to say, well, we tried it and they didn't like it. No, we ought to be thinking about how different people need to access education. And it's really interesting, can I just touch on the problem of getting female students to stick around? Because in Australia, guess what? It's pushed a little bit further. The women engineering undergraduate degrees are our best students. So they are sticking around for university at the domestic level, but guess what? Then they leave the workforce more and more, and they're less represented in the top positions in the industry. So where is Australia falling down? And I've picked engineering, but I bet I could pick lots of different ones. We're falling down in what Dr. Lamagna said. We're falling down in making sure that we have a culture where older women can re-enter the workforce, where they've got that support, and we've got a culture where it's really supportive and we understand all the roadblocks, sometimes subtle, sometimes cultural, sometimes social, sometimes economic, that is stopping that. Because honestly, we're not as good a nation or is in as good a world if we're not actually providing all of this access to everybody. My final point is this: if a company thinks that they can create a board that has nearly all men, then they're saying that they don't want representation from half the world. That would be a really silly thing to do. Gradually, companies are learning this, that they need that gender balance, because it's the way to get the best ideas and the best representation from the customers that they represent. So I hope the world is slowly changing, although it must feel to some people, particularly women, that it takes forever to change.
Thank you, Professor Nick. And we would like to listen from Professor James. What are your views? Do you feel that hybrid model is going to be the answer and is going to be the future for the universities?
My starting point is that learning is a social activity, and whether in whatever way we use technology, we have to keep that in mind. My previous role was as Director Scotland for the Open University. And the Open University in the United Kingdom was, of course, one of the leading early adopters of what we are now describing as online and indeed in hybrid forms. And even throughout all of that, there were periods when students got together with a lecturer and debated things together in the same room using in lots of ways, sometimes using technology, sometimes not using technology. But if our starting point is that it is a social activity, then how do we use the technology in order to facilitate that? As Nick said, there are a number of underserved groups that we need to think about here. And for us, one of our groups of students who benefited the most from the move to online, from a class to face-to-face teaching, was our disabled students, because they were able to access things in a different way. They were able to go back to the materials. And I think what we need to think about here from a hybrid learning perspective is not to think of this as some kind of linear model. It's not all on campus or all online. Of course, there will be those things, but how do we capture the best of both? How do we make sure that we're getting the best of both to improve the student experience and the learning experience for our students? And I think there are a number of universities that are doing that extremely well, and that's what we aim to achieve. We have moved to an online because COVID has required us to do that, but we will want to make sure that we keep the benefits of that for our students and for our staff, because there are many benefits for our staff as well. But this is a new way of learning, but it's an enhanced way of learning. So we need to not think of this as linear, one or the other. How do we get the benefits of both for the maximum, to optimize the opportunities for everybody to access their higher education? I would also say that, and I would applaud Nick's developments in some of the changes that have been made there around access in particular. I suspect in the UK, and we won't be alone, that some of the regulatory requirements now in higher education need to catch up with educational technological developments. Some of the regulatory requirements, not just in higher education, but in some of the professional bodies, in accounting and healthcare and in law and in other places, still require particular processes which are not catching up with technological advances. So, how do you attend? How do you monitor attendance, for example? For international students, how do we know that they are coming to university and so on? So these things need to be adapted as well. So regulatory bodies need to catch up.
Thank you, Professor Miller. Dr. Carmen, you'd like to comment?
Yes. Okay, the online learning is a critical and necessary step as learning practices continue to evolve. New online learning and collaboration technologies, in concert, of course, with pedagogy, it will be critical to enabling inclusiveness, personalized and engaging hybrid learning experiences to bring our students together beyond simple video conferencing and recording. The key to making active learning work online is to leverage groups and technology to make students accountable and give them skin in the game to do the work. Before the pandemic, some colleges and universities were already on the path to leveraging technology to create more student-centered experiences, and these institutions has fared exceptionally during the pandemic. I would say that our university, AIUB, was the first university to go online, full classes online during the pandemic. And we were able to do that in 4 days. When the government has announced, before the government announced the closure of universities, we were already preparing my teachers. We had workshops and we even have dry run. So in 4 days, we went fully online. We were using Microsoft Teams for our online classes for all communications. And we were doing this. It is a very interactive technology. I mean, I do not know how many of you are using Teams, but Teams has helped us. Even in my meetings, in my communications, I don't use WhatsApp, I don't use this Viber, we all use Teams. And it's so interactive that the students even has access during their workshops, their own workshops and training. So I would say that this technology, this online learning will still continue. And it is a must for all universities to have a mix of online and physical classes. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Carmen, for those inputs. I have been given some more figures, so I will be quoting those figures, along with the issues which are revolving around the females of the world. There is a major issue in technology, which is revolving around the wiser population, older population. Only 23% of the people who are above 70 years of age are able to use technology in their day-to-day work. Right. So what will happen to the rest of the 77% of the population? And how we can ensure that the social change and the shift of the technology, most of the businesses now, they are technology-based. Most of the things which we do today, they are technology-based. But who will take care of the other segment of the society, which constitutes somewhere about 40% of the total population of the world and is aging? We would like to know more from Professor Nick, that what is your advice, that how technology can bring closer and can reduce the social divide?
Yeah, it's a tough one, that one, isn't it? And I guess it's every time there's change, it immediately favors groups, the early adopters, and then so there's that disadvantage for the ones that haven't been able to access it. And I think our role is to try and roll it out and get that social equity as fast as possible. I remember learning C++. I remember programming for a stats package where I had to write the code, and then suddenly it was Windows, but it was really clunky. And now it's really easy, and I can drag and drop and do the analysis really quickly. And that's an example of how the technology does get easier and easier. It gets more accessible over time. I admit I don't remember all the coding behind all those windows, but that's okay. I can access the technology and get the advantages. So the technology improves over time with demand. But I still think, Professor Singh, I think that question is still valid. There are still people that either don't have access to it because they don't have access to the technology, or they don't have access to it because they haven't had the exposure or the opportunity to use it. And I think that is, there's the haves and the have-nots in wealth, and there may well be haves and have-nots in technology, and we've just got to make sure that we give that access as best we can. I think a lot of it is wrapped up in education, and all our universities I know already provide so many things, short courses, online, things that are free and make it accessible. The technology is slowly getting cheaper and the internet is getting more widespread. So I think we're on the improve, but I do think we've got to stop and acknowledge that when we bring out a new technology or a new idea, not everyone will have access to that, and we've got to be thinking about ways of trying to provide for that. I don't have a simple answer other than that one.
Thank you, Professor Nick. Professor Miller, what are your views? How we can reduce this social divide and can look after the needs of the wiser population, the older population of the world?
Yeah, I think I agree with a lot of what Nick was saying. I think there's probably 4 particular strategies that can be developed here. First of all, I think we need to work alongside some private organizations to help the rollout of and the use of technology. I think banks, for example, have got a huge role to play here in relation to helping ensure that the more elderly population have access to the technology and that they can use it. Secondly, governments and local authorities clearly have a role to play here, not just in terms of policy making and policy development, but thinking about these things in all aspects. And if as many governments are now doing, of course, is that each time they develop a policy to undertake some kind of equality impact assessment, it picks up issues that not only relate to the elderly, but to women and, again, other underserved populations. But how can they provide materials to allow those who are a bit older to engage with the technology? Families have a really important role to play here, and there is no real greater joy than watching a grandparent and a grandchild working together on one showing the other how to use their iPad, and then once they use it, to be able to communicate across many, many miles. And when we think of one of the key issues around that affect elderly people in their own homes, isolation is a huge issue, and technology has the ability to help counter that isolation and loneliness. And then the last thing is around, as we are seeing in many different societies, intergenerational living, where to, again, one of the things that combats that isolation is where everybody is living together and learning from each other, that learning being a social activity. So I think there's a variety of things that we can do here. Universities do have a role, but I would also suggest that primary and secondary schools connected with parts of their communities, whether that's elderly care homes or elderly communities, or just visiting elderly people in their home, or bringing elderly people into the primary schools and secondary schools, just to show them what the benefits of that are. But there are sadly always going to be groups of really, really difficult to reach people, and we need to find some ways of improving that.
Thank you, Professor Miller. And Dr. Carmen, what are your views? What do you feel that we can do?
What more to add with the other two? I cannot think of anything more. But let me just give you an example. You know, when the university implemented the learning management system, that everything should be online, there was so much protest, I would say, to the change, especially with the traditional professors. But what can they do? They have to adapt to the change. Otherwise, the door is open. So I would say that the times, you know, disruptive times, or during this time, I would say senior citizens have to adopt. Otherwise, they will just be left behind. As what Professor Miller was saying, it's good to learn from your grandchildren. They show you the iPad, you know, and then teach you how to do it. So it depends on the person itself. We have to adapt. We are all senior citizens. We have to adapt to the changing times. Otherwise, you can just be confined in your room and just, you know. So I would say that the use of technology for the aging people is dictated by the needs of the society. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Carmen, and thank you, Professor Miller. Thank you, Professor Nick. It was such an amazing panel discussion. We were able to understand the views of the academic leaders of the world and how they think that technology can bring the social change. The question still remains to be addressed is between have and have-nots, between males and females, between hybrid model of education and physical mode of education, and how the education will look like in the times to come. But we feel so proud that all of you, with your universities in Australia, in UK, in Bangladesh, in America, and from rest of the world, you have been able to bring a lot of changes. And thank you so very much for joining us. I know that in UK, it's very early. In Bangladesh, it's again.
It's okay.
It's okay.
It's okay.
In Australia, it's quite late. And Dr. Kodovas, thanks to you to come at a very short notice and gracing the occasion as our very special guest of honor to inaugurate our first IEEE conference and the largest career fair and hackathon of Uzbekistan. Thank you so very much. At the same time, I want to thank the very distinguished vice chancellors who became the part of this panel discussion, Professor Nick, Dr. Cameron, Professor James Miller. Thank you so very much for your significant contribution. We are going to remember your contribution for all times to come. As we always say, as a concluding remark, I'd like to quote that what MIT has been very humbly been able to do in Uzbekistan and in the rest of the world. We became the first university in Uzbekistan which came on the invitation of the government of Uzbekistan. And I can see our very honorable Minister of Education, Dr. Tofkul Abdul Qadir. Thank you so very much for welcoming, for joining us in this very important conference. And Honorable Minister, Mr. Prekos Oleg, who is the Deputy Minister of Development of Information Technology. And also our Honorable Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, who himself is a product of London School of Economics and is a great advocate of technology. When we came to Uzbekistan, we came with the commitment that through technology, we are going to transform the society. And at that time, our commitment was that we will not only bring changes in the education system, but we will bring education system closer to the industry. And when for the first time, we gave this idea that there will be a day we will be bringing industry closer to the education system. There were quite a few questions which were asked. But today, when we speak from here, we feel so happy that more than 1,000 teams from across the Uzbekistan are participating in hackathon. 55 companies are having their stalls. More than 130 are participating in offering the wonderful career opportunities to the students of Uzbekistan. And more than 7,000 faculty members from across the globe and from MIT family are supporting Uzbekistan to get the world-class education. And that is what MIT Group is trying to bring forward. I also remember that for the first time, when the virtual education project, which is Pan-African e-network project, was launched in Africa, there were a lot of questions which were asked that whether we will be able to educate Africa, will be able to transform the education system of Africa. But it was the faith of our founder, Dr. Chauhan. It was the commitment of our Chancellor, Dr. Atul Chauhan, and our all vice chancellors and 175,000 MITians that we are going to contribute in Africa, which saw more than 80,000 students in Africa getting the advantage of virtual education. What is going to change? And we are committed that as MIT family, with the guidance and help of each one of you, we are going to make world a better place. But thank you so very much. And thank you, Honorable Ministers, for joining us. We have been joined by our Honorable Chancellor. Over to you, to MOC, to introduce our Honorable Chancellor, who's going to welcome formally the ministers. But thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And thank you to all the panelists for expressing their wonderful views today. Before I request our Honorable Chancellor, sir, Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, to introduce the ministers, may I request my co-host, Mr. Azmat, who is there at the Amity Tashkent campus to take over the session and talk about the proceedings in Uzbek. Over to you, Azmat. I would request if you can please unmute.
You need to unmute.
Davlatimiz rahbariyati tomonidan o'tkazilayotgan ta'lim sohasidagi islohotlarni qaysidir ma'noda mantiqiy davomi deb hisoblasak ham mubolag'a bo'lmaydi. Bugungi tadbirimiz aynan bir necha qismlardan iborat bo'lib, Career Fest 2021 bo'sh ish o'rinlarining yarmarkasi, bundan tashqari Student Hack 2021 talabalar uchun maxsus o'tkazilayotgan hackathonning ochilish marosimi bo'lib o'tadi. Mana shuni barchasini biz birgalikda guvohi bo'lamiz. Ushbu o'tkazilayotgan tadbirlarimiz talabalarimizni ham, hamkorlarimizni ham birgalikda olib borayotgan ishlari sermahsul natija ko'rsatadi degan umiddamiz va talabalarimiz bugungi kunda va kelajakda o'zlarini jamiyatda munosib o'rnini topa oladilar va yetuk mutaxassis kadr bo'lib yetishishlari uchun bugungi tadbirimiz maxsus bir motivatsion start bo'ladi deb umid bog'lab qolamiz. Bugungi tadbirimizni 10 dan ziyod davlat vakillari onlayn tarzda birgalikda kuzatib borishmoqda. Bulardan tashqari esa IMIT universiteti asoschisi Ashok Chauhan, IMIT prezidenti Atul Chauhan, Amol Chauhan hamda vitse-konsulor Gurinder Singh janoblari ham biz bilan birgalar onlayn tarzda. Hozir esa bugungi tadbirimizni davom ettirish uchun men mamnuniyat ila Hindistondagi hamkasbimga so'z navbatini bermoqchi edim, professor Bhavna Kumarga, va ular davom ettirishda biz bilan birgalikda hamkorlashib qarashib yoradilar degan umiddamiz. So, Professor Bhavna, over to you, please.
Thank you. It is now my honor and privilege to invite our respected president of Ratan Balwant Education Foundation, our chancellor of Amity University, Dr. Atul Chauhan sir, who is also the CEO of AKC Group of Companies, which has worldwide interests in many fields, including manufacturing, healthcare, technology, and of course, RBEF is the foundation of Amity Education Group, where Amity University Tashkent is one of our flagship campuses hosting this mega event today. Dr. Chauhan is a member of many government and statutory bodies, including a distinguished fellow of the Institute of Directors. He's a member of the expert committee of the University Grants Commission, which is a statutory body of the Government of India. He sits on many boards, including ASSOCHAM Europe, Netherlands, India Financial Corporation, and has been the recipient of many awards by many international organizations, including Economic Times, ASSOCHAM, as well as being on the magazine covers like Forbes. He has been instrumental and guiding force behind all our internationalization initiatives and is the recipient of multiple awards by recognized peoples and organizations all around. He was born and brought up in Germany and has, to his credit, education in the field of engineering and finance from University College London, London School of Economics, has also been the person who started our in London campus, which is now thriving with many students worldwide. Apart from the many worldwide engagements of the Amity Education Group, the AKC Group of Companies, and the Ratan Balwant Education Foundation, our Honorable Chancellor and President, Dr. Atul Chauhan, has been instrumental for building the entire Amity institutions right from the very beginning. My honor and privilege to invite you, sir. Welcome, please.
Thank you, Professor Bhavna, for the kind introduction, and congratulations to you and Mr. Gaurav for conducting this morning session so brilliantly online. It is a great privilege for me to be among all of you on this inaugural function of the first international conference organized with IEEE at the Amity University Tashkent campus. I would like to congratulate our most dynamic Group Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gurinder Singh, for his passion for international and global cooperation, because of which Amity has so many leading partners from around the world, which enables us to organize such great global conferences. And Dr. Singh, for your passion to not only organize these conferences from all our campuses within India, but across the whole world where Amity has campuses. And I am extremely grateful on behalf of the Tashkent campus that today we are organizing this conference in such a mega way. I would not call it a normal conference, but a mega conference. You have informed me that over 600 research papers were submitted from all around the world to present. As is the Amity standard, we must have been very, very strict in looking at the quality, and only the best papers were accepted. I had gone through the list of subject
areas and some of the abstract that researchers have submitted. And let me tell you, for all the researchers who are online today who will be presenting their papers, I was so impressed. I have seen hundreds of conferences around the world, but the quality of papers that have been submitted for this conference in Uzbekistan is outstanding. And for any researcher in their professional career to present their research at conferences is a fundamental part of growth. And I am so happy that the Amity University Tashkent campus is assisting all of you to present your research. And I am sure there will be very interesting deliberations that will happen. Also, as part of the conference, a great hackathon has been organized for young students, not only from Uzbekistan, from the various parts of the country. I am sure all of you will have a great learning experience and enjoy it. And a career fair. And I am so happy to see, I can see on my screen, senior leaders from the corporate world from Uzbekistan who have come to the Amity University campus in Tashkent in person. On behalf of the Amity Foundation, I welcome you to our campus. As was told by Dr. Gurinder Singh, in the history of Amity, we have always had very strong relationships with the industry because we feel that it is most important to give education to young people what the industry requires. And we feel as strong partners of yours to develop the youth of Uzbekistan. We are so honored today that the Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Toshkulov, is joining us, that the First Deputy Minister of IT and Communications, Dr. Andrevich, is with us. And I have to say that as a foundation over the last 30 years, we have established campuses all over the world. But the dedication that we have seen in the government of Uzbekistan to do extraordinary things for the youth of their country, I have hardly seen anywhere. And we are extremely grateful to the government for imposing their faith and getting Amity University to open the campus in Tashkent. I still remember some years ago when I had the great honor of attending the dinner with the Honorable President of the Republic of Uzbekistan when he was in India on a state visit to meet our Prime Minister and various government officials. I was so impressed with the vision that the Honorable President had for the Republic of Uzbekistan, how he has transformed the country and opened it up for success for all members of the nation. At that dinner, the Honorable President told me, he said, Dr. Chauhan, I invite you to come to Uzbekistan and set up your university. And after that, we have had the privilege of working so closely with the Ministry of Information Technology, the Ministry of Higher Education, and so many of the government officials. And the amount of support we have got, the guidance is unparalleled. It makes us, as a foundation, even more committed to give the best quality of education to the young people of Uzbekistan. And I still remember on the first day of orientation, when over 500 students joined us in the first batch, and I had the privilege to be with Dr. Gurinder Singh and so many other leaders on campus. And I stood in our auditorium and I shook hands with each student who had joined us. And I looked in the eyes of each one of them. And the spark I saw, the intelligence, the motivation, the passion to be successful, it filled our heart with pride. And to all the students of Amity University in Tashkent who are online today, we are so proud of you that you are part of the Amity family. Our commitment to the government of Uzbekistan, our commitment to your parents has always been that we will provide you the best education and give you the best resources to develop as professionals, so that when the senior leaders of the industry, like those who are sitting on our campus today, come to recruit you, they are so happy that they are able to get the best resources for their companies. And that is why when we assembled the first team to establish the campus, we sent Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri, whom I can see online, to be the founding academic head and head of this campus. And we chose him because he is one of the greatest professionals in India in the field of information technology and has been with the Amity family for decades. So we said, as part of our commitment, we will send one of our best people there. And we are so proud, Dr. Khatri, of you, of your passion, and of all the faculty members who are part of your team for what you are doing. We are also extremely grateful to the Ministry of Information Technology for giving to us a great professional like Mr. Bobor, who together with Khatri, Dr. Khatri, together as one team are working continuously to make this campus a great campus. And our commitment is to make this campus of Amity University in Tashkent a world-class one. An Honorable Minister of Higher Education, Honorable First Deputy Minister of Information Technology and Communication, our deepest gratitude to you for all the help and assistance that you give, for your guidance. We always say that Amity is your extended arm. We are in Uzbekistan to fulfill the vision that you have for your countrymen, for the young people of your country. And we as a foundation are so proud to be part of this mission and vision of the great people of the Republic of Uzbekistan. So with that, I congratulate all the organizers, all the scientists who will be presenting, all the students who have been part of this organizing, who will be taking part in the hackathon, to all the industry leaders who will be here recruiting students for their companies. I wish you the best. I am sure you will get very talented young people for your companies. I'm also very happy to see the great academic leaders who spoke in the morning session. Dr. Victoria Panova, who is a great supporter, one of the great leaders of the Far Eastern Federal University in Russia. What a great presentation you gave, and so impressive to hear the tremendous innovations that your university is doing. We are so proud to be partners with you, and I'm sure together many great things will happen. We were very happy to have Dr. Lamania, the Vice Chancellor of the American International University from Bangladesh, Dr. Klomp, the Vice Chancellor of CQ University in Australia, Dr. Miller, the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Glasgow Caledonian University. And this really shows the global nature of this conference. And this is what Amity stands for. And we will continue doing this to give global exposure to the young people of Uzbekistan. Already hundreds of students have gone on the study abroad programs that our Tashkent campus offers, and I'm sure more of them will travel. With this, my congratulations to all of you, and once again, great gratitude to the Honorable Minister of Higher Education and the First Deputy Minister of Information and Technology and Communication for gracing this occasion. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chancellor, sir. Under your guidance, we would continue to grow in Tashkent and expand our global footprints across the world as we go along. It is my honor and my privilege to now call upon and introduce Dr. Tushkalov Abdulkadir Kamidovich, Honorable Minister of Higher and Secondary Specialized Education of the Republic of Uzbekistan. Before I request Honorable Minister to speak, let me quickly introduce him to our audience today. He's a graduate, a senior teacher, a former Deputy Dean of the Faculty of Economics and Finance, and a former Rector of Termez State University. He is a former researcher at the Samarkand Agriculture Institute and Research Institute of Market Reforms, former researcher and head of Surkhandarya Regional Branch of the Institute for Civil Society Studies. He is a former member of the Committee on Legislation and Judicial Issues of the Legislative Chamber of the Oli Majlis of the Republic of Uzbekistan. May I now request the Honorable Minister to please address the audience.
Thank you. Assalomu alaykum, hurmatli tadbir ishtirokchilari, Janob Dr. Ashok Chauhan janoblari, Dr. Atul Chauhan janoblari, Ritnan Balvet janoblari, Dr. Amol Chauhan, Dr. Gurinder Singh janoblari, barcha mehmonlarga, bugungi tadbir ishtirokchilariga va eng muhimi, bugun tadbirda nafaqat yarmarka ishtirokchilari, musobaqa ishtirokchilari, forum ishtirokchilari, balki eng yirik IT, turizm, iqtisodiyot hamda biznes sohasidan korxona rahbarlarining tashrif buyurgani bugungi O'zbekistonda ta'limga qo'yilayotgan talab, ta'limga qo'yilayotgan rahbariyat, xalqimiz tomonidan talabning bir ijrosi deb bilaman. Haqiqatan ham bugun 3 ta tadbir kesishib turibdi. Bu birinchisi, eng muhimi, ish beruvchilar tomonidan o'tkaziladigan ochiq yarmarka. Bugun men qisqaroq aytishga harakat qilaman. Shu oxirgi 5 yilda muhtaram prezidentimiz tomonidan barcha sohalar qatori oliy ta'lim sohasidagi islohotlar natijasida talabalar soni 3 barobardan oshdi 2016 yilga nisbatan. Agar 2016 yilda 235 ming nafar O'zbekistonda talabalar bo'lsa, 760 ming nafarga yetdi 4 yilda. Oliy ta'lim muassasalari soni ham 77 tadan mana hozir 154 taga yetdi. Shular orasida Amiti universitetining O'zbekistondagi filiali shaxsan prezident qarori bilan tashkil qilinishi bizni katta umidvor qilgan edi. Asosan IT sohasi bo'yicha yaxshi kadrlar yetkazib berish borasida. Men bugun tadbir ishiga juda ko'p vaqtni olib, siz bilgan ma'lumotlarni aytmoqchi emasman. Men faqat soha rahbarlariga minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman, hamkorlik uchun mehmonlarimizga minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman. Shu universitet faoliyatini tashkil qilgan Hindiston tomonidagi rahbariyatga minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman. O'qitish masalani bir tomoni, lekin bitiruvchilarni, hatto o'qiyotganlarni ish bilan ta'minlash masalasi bu asosiy masala hisoblanadi. Men raqamlar hozir haqida gapirdim. Raqobatbardosh kadrlar yetishtirish borasidagi ishlarga men muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Yarmarka ishtirokchilarining ishiga muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Musobaqada ham mana ko'rib turibman, Dubayga sayohat ekan, bosh mukofot. Har bir kishiga shu mukofotni olishiga tilakdoshman. Men oliy ta'lim vaziri sifatida Amiti universitetining Toshkentdagi faoliyatidan vazirlik xalqimiz, rahbariyat roziligini bildirish uchun men bugun ishtirok etyapman. Bu yerdagi rahbariyat va o'sha bosh prezidentiga bu universitetni men minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman. Menimcha sinxron tarjima bo'ladi deb aytishdi. Menimcha meni fikrlarim aytildi. faqat va faqat muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Vazirlik bu universitet o'sha bosh ofisi rahbariyati bilan, filial rahbariyati bilan har qanday darajadagi hamkorlikka, qo'llab-quvvatlashga tayyor. Qolaversa, mahalliy universitetlarni sizning universitetingiz kabi yetakchi universitetlar bilan transformatsiyasiga, tajribalarni olishga ham tayyorligini bildirmoqchiman. Bir necha kun davom etadigan tadbir faoliyatiga faqat va faqat muvaffaqiyat tilayman. Rahmat. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. I would now like to introduce, and we have with us Mr. Pekos Oleg Andreevich, Honorable First Deputy Minister for the Development of Information Technologies and Communications of the Republic of Uzbekistan for Digital Economy and e-government issues. Let me quickly introduce him to our audience. Mr. Pekos Oleg Andreevich was born in 1988 in Tashkent region in accordance with the decree of the President of the Republic of Uzbekistan dated June 10, 2020. Mr. Pekos Oleg Andreevich was appointed First Deputy Minister of Information Technologies and Communications for Digital Economy and e-government. Prior to that, Mr. Pekos was the Director of the Telecommunication Transport Network branch of Uzbek Telecom. At the same time, he has held several senior positions at Uzbek Telecom. He graduated from St. Petersburg State University of Telecommunications with a degree in Information Systems and Technology Engineering. May I request Mr. Pekos Oleg Andreevich, Honorable First Deputy Minister for the Development of Information Technologies and Communications, to please address the August gathering.
Assalomu alaykum. Hurmatli yig'ilish ishtirokchilari, Oleg Andreevich ma'lum savollarga ko'ra qatnasha olmadilar. Men ta'lim bo'limi boshlig'i Sobir Hamidulloh Abdullayevman. Ular ma'ruzalarni yetkazib qo'yishim topshiriq berildi. O'shaning uchun assalomu alaykum hurmatli yig'ilish ishtirokchilari, hamkasblar, mahalliy va xorijiy hamkorlar hamda Amiti universiteti asoschilari. Barchamizga ayonki, mamlakatimiz Prezidenti Shavkat Mirziyoyev tomonidan 2019-yil 19-mart kuni yoshlar ma'naviyatini yuksaltirish, ularning bo'sh vaqtini mazmunli tashkil etish yuzasidan 5 ta muhim tashabbus ilgari surilgan va ushbu tashabbuslarning 3-si aholi va yoshlar o'rtasida kompyuter texnologiyalari va internetdan samarali foydalanishni tashkil etishga qaratilgan edi. Ushbu tashabbus doirasida O'zbekiston Respublikasi Axborot texnologiyalari va kommunikatsiyalar rivojlantirish vazirligi hamda IT Park faoliyat doirasida yurtimizning barcha viloyatlarida IT Parkning hududiy filiallari, shahar va tumanlarda tashkil etilgan raqamli texnologiyalar o'quv markazlari, ularda yoshlarimizning axborot kommunikatsiya texnologiyaga oid yo'nalishlarini puxta o'zlashtirishlari uchun barcha shart-sharoitlar yaratib kelinmoqda. Axborot kommunikatsiya texnologiyalar sohasining kundan kunga rivojlanib borishi hamda yoshlarimiz uchun davlat tomonidan berilayotgan yuksak e'tibor ortidan yurtimizdagi mavjud mahalliy va xorijiy tashkilotlarimiz doirasida yangi ish o'rinlari, zamonaviy korxona va kompaniyalar tashkil etilmoqda. Qator xorijiy oliygohlar Toshkent shahrida o'z filiallarini ochib kelmoqda. Bugun sizlar bilan ushbu ta'lim dargohida 3 ta muhim tadbir: Career Space 2021 bo'sh ish o'rinlari yarmarkasi, Student Hack 2021 hackathon musobaqasi va IEEE forumi ochilishida ishtirok etamiz. Career Space 2021 bo'sh ish o'rinlari yarmarkasida 50 dan ortiq korxona va tashkilotlar bitiruvchilari talabalarimiz uchun o'z taqdimotlari va vakansiyalari bilan ishtirok etish uchun tashrif buyurgan. Wipro IT Akademiya bilan hamkorlikda tashkil etilgan Student Hack 2021 hackathon musobaqasi uchun 400 dan ortiq tashabbuskor yoshlar ro'yxatdan o'tgan. Ushbu musobaqada ular malakali murabbiylar tomonidan beriladigan tavsiyalarga tayangan holda 3 kun davom etuvchi tadbirda o'z tengqurlari bilan bellashadilar. Ushbu tadbirlar yoshlarda yuzaga kelayotgan qator savollarga javob olishi, rejalashtirib buyurgan loyihalar uchun hamkorlar topish, jamoa shakllantirish va o'z startaplarini muvaffaqiyatli tarzda amalga oshirish uchun xizmat qiladi deb umid qilamiz. Xususan, IEEE forumida tajribali ma'ruzachilar, o'z sohasining yetuk mutaxassislari forum seksiyalari doirasida o'z taqdimotlari bilan ishtirok etadilar. Mamlakatimizning eng yosh oliygohlar qatoriga kiruvchi Toshkent shahridagi Amiti universiteti o'zining 2 yillik qisqa faoliyatiga qaramasdan yoshlarimiz kelajagi uchun muhim ahamiyat kasb etuvchi bunday foydali tadbirlar tashkil etayotgani albatta quvonarli holdir. Buning uchun Amiti universitetining Hindiston va O'zbekistondagi rahbariyatiga o'z minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz. fursatdan foydalanib ushbu tadbirlarda ishtirok etish uchun tashrif buyurgan ishtirokchilarni samimiy muborakbod etaman. Forumda o'z ma'ruzasi bilan ishtirok etuvchi mahalliy va xorijiy ma'ruzachilarimizga muvaffaqiyatlar tilaymiz. E'tiboringiz uchun rahmat.
Thank you, Honorable First Deputy Minister, and I thank all the honorable ministers today who have joined us and graced this occasion. It is indeed a momentous occasion for us today, this conference, IEEE conference, and the Career Fest and Hackathon. Now, I would hand over the session to my co-host in Tashkent, Mr. Azmat, for the next proceedings of the conference and the other sessions. Over to you, Mr. Azmat.
Thank you so much, dear colleagues. Azizlar, barcha ishtirok etgan insonlarga nutqlari uchun minnatdorchiligimizni bildirgan holda tadbirimizni davom ettiramiz va hozir bugungi kunda IMIT universiteti bilan birgalikda hamkorlikda ishlab talabalarimizni qo'llab-quvvatlashda yaqindan yordam berayotgan hamkor tashkilotlarni maxsus sertifikatlar bilan taqdirlash marosimini amalga oshirmoqchi edik. Ijozatingiz bilan ushbu ishni taqdirlash marosimi o'tkazish uchun IMIT universiteti boshqaruv direktori Bobur aka Abdullayev hamda kampus direktori doktor Sunil Kumar Katrini taklif etmoqchi edik davramiz markaziga. Marhamat. Doktor. Demak, maxsus sertifikat bilan taqdirlanadi. Akfa Group kompaniyasi. IT Park. Hamkorlarning yomoni bo'lmaydi, o'zi hammasiga kattakon rahmat degan hol davom etamiz. Huawei kompaniyasidan Bipro Group. Uzinfacom. Davom etamiz. Uztelecom. IPAM kompaniyasini taklif etamiz. Hamda yosh bo'lishiga qaramasdan juda ham katta umidlar bog'langan tashkilot Astrom Academy. Bu yerni tashkilotchilari juda ham katta boy tajribaga ega bo'lgan insonlar, aynan Astrom ko'rinishida esa yosh tashkilot sifatida qarash mumkin. Kattakon rahmat deb qolamiz.
Ikki og'iz aytib o'tmoqchi edim. Hamkorlarni boyga azamatga aytganlaridek yomon bo'lmaydi. Hamma hamkorlarimizga bugun taqdirlangan yoki bizani yodimizdan ko'tarilgan bugun mana shu tadbirimizda qatnashayotgan barchaga katta minnatdorchilik bildirmoqchiman. IMIT universiteti o'zini oldiga qo'ygan asosiy maqsadlardan bittasi shu hamkorlar bilan olib boriladigan ishlarni birgalikda qilinadigan narsalarni kuchaytirish va bu orqali industry driven deyiladi, ya'ni hamkorlar bilan to'g'ridan-to'g'ri doimiy ishlab keladigan, ular uchun mahsulot tayyorlaydigan, ular uchun eng yaxshi studentlarni, talabalarni beradigan universitetga aylanishini xohlaymiz. Shuning uchun harakat qilyapmiz. Buning uchun barcha biz bilan birga yonma-yon yelkama-yelka turgan hamkorlarimizga rahmat aytmoqchimiz. Assalomu alaykum.
Kattakon, Bobur aka ketmay turasiz, iloji bo'lsa, azizlar, bugungi tadbirimizning kulminatsion nuqtalaridan biriga yetib kelmoqdamiz. Aynan ta'kidlab o'tilgan Students Hackathon'ni ochilish qismi bo'lib o'tadi va bu ishni amalga oshirish uchun Bobur aka siz hamda iloji Abduvoyt aka Gafurovni davlat markaziga taklifsakda ramziy tugmani bosgan holda hackathonimizga start berilsa, lekin undan oldin ijozat bersanglar, g'oyibona bo'lsa-da, uzoq masofada turgan bo'lsalarda, aynan Amiti prezidenti Atul Chauhandan ham hackathonni boshlab berish uchun bir yordamlashib yuborishlarini so'ramoqchi edik, ruxsat bersanglar. So may I now request the Honorable Chancellor of Amity University to declare the hackathon Students Hack 2021 open.
I hereby declare the Hackathon 2021 open.
Hackathon barchaga muborak bo'lsin deymiz. Ishtirok etayotgan barcha talabalarga omad yor bo'lsin. O'ylaymizki, haqqoniy juda ham qiziqarli, shiddatli bo'lib o'tadi hackathon va ushbu hackathonni asl maqsadi ham yoshlarimizni IT sohasida tobora chuqur bilim olishga yo'naltiruvchi chiroyli bir tadbir, konkurs bo'ladi degan umiddamiz. Rahmat kattakon. Qarsak chalib qo'ysa bo'ladi. Qo'llab-quvvatlayotgan barcha tashkilotlarga minnatdorchiligimizni bildiramiz va yana bir boya ta'kidlab o'tilgan navbatdagi tadbir haqida qisqacha aytib o'tishga ruxsat bersangiz, aynan universitetimizda dunyoning eng katta professional texnik hamjamiyati bo'lmish IEEE ning regional, ya'ni hududiy forumi boshlanish arafasida turibdi, boshlanmoqda va ushbu forum haqida qisqacha ma'lumot berish uchun so'z navbatini doktor Sunil Katri janoblari hamda professor Bhavna Kumarga bersakda, ular aynan tadbir qanday o'tishi, mualliflari, so'zga chiquvchilar, seminarlar haqida qisqacha ma'lumot berib o'tsalar.
Honorable Chancellor, sir, Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Honorable First Deputy Minister for Development of ICT, Honorable Group Vice Chancellor, sir, our head of the various companies who are here today to bless with their presence and the guidance for the students in form of a career fair and hackathon, and all the participants and delegates for this first IEEE conference at Amity University in Tashkent. We had came here at Tashkent with vision and a mission of our Honorable Founder President, of our Honorable Chancellor, to establish a world-class institution to provide opportunities for the students here at Uzbekistan so that they can give back to the society and to the nation at large through the ethics and values, through the state-of-art infrastructure, and through the world-class education that we provide at Amity globally. Amity is at top 3% institutions globally as per the rankings, as mentioned by our Group Vice Chancellor also. And we are, as our Founder President says, that we are working with a vision to bring Amity to bring word to the Amity and take Amity to the world. And this conference is in line with that objective to have global cooperation and coordination between the various researchers and academicians. IEEE is today the largest technical professional society with more than 400,000 members, out of which 100,000 are students. So this talks about the involvement of the students and the importance of students in such a great society, which has its roots way back to 1884 and in its current form in 1963 onwards, when IEEE and IRE, to the largest bodies at that time, have merged together to give its name in the form of IEEE. IEEE is contributing to the research and academics in a great way, with today 1 out of every 3rd publication in the area of electronics, computers, and electrical engineering being out of IEEE, and this conference is with it. At MIT, we are always been focusing and working to give the best of platforms to our academicians, to researchers, to the students, and this is in line with this. I am very proud and privileged here to stand in front of all this august gathering and to say that we had came with a reason. We had came here with a vision, with a mission to give the best that MIT is known for globally, to give the ethics and values together with the state of art and world-class knowledge to the students, and the course curriculum and the pedagogy which has been accredited by QAA UK and WASC USA. I like to thank all who are present here, to be as delegates, to be as representative of the various companies, and also the various participants of the conference and the students who are going to participate in this hackathon and the career fairs. Thank you once again on behalf of MIT University in Tashkent and MIT University Group, on behalf of our Honorable Founder President, Honorable Chancellor, and also our Honorable Trustee, Mr. Amol Chauhanji, who has been guiding day in, day out to us at MIT University in Tashkent to make it one of the best as platform, as an institution, as a place of worship of education for all the students to be in Tashkent and in Uzbekistan at large. Thank you. And now I would request Professor Bhavna to tell further more about this conference, where we have more than 600 papers, out of which 120 plus papers are going to be presented over the next 3 days. Professor Bhavna, to you.
Thank you, Professor Khatri. The International Conference on Technological Advancement and Innovation, which is technically sponsored by the IEEE section of Kazakhstan. We are extremely grateful to them for giving us this permission to take forward the legacy of Amity, which is a research and innovation-driven university. Our conferences with IEEE have always been the flag bearers, where our student sections of IEEE have been as active as our researchers, and we are very happy that this interdisciplinary conference, ICTAI, which is being organized for the first time with the Kazakhstan section on the theme of technological advancement and research, is actually a milestone. It is actually a gathering of a number of eminent personalities, researchers, university students across the globe, and we are indebted to their contribution over so many papers we received. But in keeping in line with the quality policy of Amity University and IEEE, we had to shortlist only a few. There were submissions from across the world, including India, Germany, Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia, Hungary, Iran, Morocco, Nigeria, UK, Norway, USA, UAE, and many other regions of the world, and both from students, scholars, and faculty people. And we're very happy that quite a number of students actively participated in these research papers as well. We had a rigorous peer review process in line with the standards, and many reviewers found it difficult to accept, but we finally had to shortlist the 130 for further scheduling of this conference, and which we will now be taking forward in the next 3 days of our conference. And we look forward to the upcoming 3 sessions, where we have been also honored by a lot of keynote speakers by the Kazakhstan and Amity University, Tashkent. We are sure that the next 3 sessions of the IEEE conference will be extremely enriching and will put forward many research breakthroughs for our students to take forward and apply in their times to come. I would now request Dr. Khatri and Mr. Babar to take us through with the next part of the event.
Thank you so much, Professor Bhavna. For the next stage of our today's event, we are coming to the sports hall to the opening career fair. and exhibit.
Mr. Babar, you are not audible. You need to unmute yourself.
Okay, I'm sorry, some technical issues. Sometimes this happens. So for the next ceremony, we are coming to our main hall, sports hall, to where more than 50 companies are present to present their vacations and careers, where all students from all over the Uzbekistan, from lots of other universities also participating and directly working with the companies and talking to them. We will be able to go around, but till this time, I would like to give my gratitude and thank all the participants who are present here now, all the heads of the companies. I see here lots of my colleagues. Alisher Sivilaj from the head of the post, Uzbekistan Post, head of the IT parks, and lots of other universities. Inha University, I see the rector of the Inha and the rector of TUIT University in Tashkent, rector of Puchon universities, and all my colleagues who are present here. I would like to express my gratitude. And of course, we are able to do all these things because of Minister of Higher Education, where Minister was present here to give his speech and notes. And of course, the Minister of Information Technologies and Communication. And I would like to thank the Honorable Chancellor to be present today. We're very happy to see you live and have a chance to interact. And of course, the Professor Gurinder Singh, who is I cannot express my feelings how he is helping to our campus here in Tashkent, being the small campus for Amity, but doing so many things with the help of Dr. Singh. And of course, all the organizing team today who helped us to make this happen. Thank you very much. And I would like to give the conclusion words to my colleague, Dr. Sunil Kumar Khatri, who can also address his gratitude and thanks, so that we could move to other venue and our interaction on Zoom can be there also, but without our voices. Thank you very much for your time, for being with us and giving your speech and time for this event. Thank you.
Rahmat kattakon, samimiy tilaklar, minnatdorchiliklar uchun barcha ishtirok etgan insonlarga rahmat deb qolamiz. Bobur Abdullayevning xotima tarziga rasmiy tadbirimizni yakuniga tilaklar uchun minnatdorchilik bildirib qolamiz. Hozir esa azizlar, barchani lutfan Career Fest deb atalmish ajoyib bo'sh ish bilan ta'minlashga qaratilgan yarmarkamizga tashrif buyurish uchun taklif etmoqchi edik. Yarmarkamiz esa aynan qo'shni binoda maxsus sizlar uchun va barcha talabalar uchun tayyorlab qo'yilgan. E'tiboringiz uchun kattakon rahmat.
Mr. Babar and Dr. Khatri, you need to take us to the other venue now.
We will soon be moving to the sports complex. The live stream of the opening of the Career Fest in the sports complex at Amity University, Tashkent is also being broadcast live on YouTube. And we will also try and see if it can be connected to this Zoom session. But meanwhile, our other session, which is the first session of the IEEE conference, where we already have our keynote session, will be beginning in 30 minutes. The link for which is a separate Zoom session, and we would request all the research paper participants to please move on and log in to that Zoom session. It was a privilege for all of us to have you during the pre-inaugural panel discussion and the inaugural session of this mega event. Thank you, everybody, and stay safe.
Can you bring this up?
Where should I?
Yes, let's go. We will connect. What is this?
For you.
It's
Yes, start.
sure.
I'm Charori. Start scaling.
How you will bring?
Yüzde. Hani hop koşmadı. Sıkı koşalım.
Professor Hussain, can you hear me? Professor
Yes,
Hussain?
yes, it is a pleasure. Are you all ready for the session?
Right. Professor Hussain, actually that session is going on another link. So I have just sent it to you on the chat here. I would request if you can kindly log into that session so that you can be the guest over there, the chief guest over there.
Okay, so I'm just joining in this session. Just couple of minutes.
Okay. I hope you have received the link on the chat.
Yes, and I'm on the process of joining now.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'm enjoying your function too, but I was waiting that when is the next? Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
It is our honor to have you here, sir.
Yeah, it is a pleasure.
Absolutely.
And I appreciate that you could gather so many, very, very young, talented people around and very luminary minds. So I'm very happy. I'm just putting my things in the process. In a couple of minutes, I'm joining. Yeah,
right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much.
मुझे फोन कर देना, मैं भी जा रहा हूँ दूसरी जगह में। जरा ऑडिटोरियम में देख के आओ ना कि वहां भी होना है ना, वहां भी है। ठीक है। Это соответственно как бы с вашей стороны, потому что мы подготавливали свой выбор. Проверим, как это. आपने कॉल आई थी तब मैंने कॉल बैक किया था मैंने किया था नहीं पता नहीं गलती से लग गया होगा यार मैं चलो बाद में करूंगा बात आपको ठीक है ओके बाय किसकी हाँ वो तो कह ही रहे थे तारीख 2-3 दिसंबर को है करके ठीक है चलो घर में बात चल रही थी यार वो जो हम कहते सी बात चल रही चलो ठीक है मैं करता हूँ मैं चलो ठीक है आप लोग करो ठीक है ओके बाय One big question. If stop. Bicara gitu. Main tempat yang asal gitu. Benar-benar doang sepitin. Kayak setuju para man. Lagi iş doang ödem ya ben. Bu videoya ait. Enak kena sih. Wah, Sacuza, mas aí dura depois tá alguém que tá melhor, ela tá ou tá muito. Só para chegar, hoje em relação a Deus. Pak Putri. Jawab ya. Agar olib tashlayman, keyin olib qo'yman. Siz olib tashlayapsiz. Videochilarniki. He's comfortable. I don't know. Maybe he's walking. Tarik sedikit bersakit, mas. Positif yang mana?
Уважаемые студенты, мы начнем отбор ровно в 4 часа. Ровно через 25 минут начнется розыгрыш. Попрошу всех быть здесь с номерами.
उसके पास कोई
Ребят, спасибо всем за ваше терпение. До игры, до лотереи осталось ровно 10 минут. И я попрошу всех сделать 2 шага назад, пожалуйста. Здесь становится душно. Спасибо. 5 минут. Я попрошу еще раз. Мы можем открыть этот круг? Пожалуйста. Всем спасибо. Hurmatli talabalar. Sabr qilganingiz uchun kattakon rahmat. Lotereya boshlanishga 5 minut qoldi. Shuni o'rtani ochib yuboraylik. Iltimos. Sog' bo'ling. Operatorlar, videograflar va fotograflar lotereya o'ynash joyiga kelinglar. Операторы, видеографы и фотографы, попрошу вас сюда, к микрофону. Попрошу всех проверить свои номера. Они видите, там номеры не те, которые ролили. Покажите свои номера. Nice. Фотографы, видеографы, попрошу вас к микрофону. Фотографам позволили это.
Still levitating, maybe medicated, ironic, I gave him love and they end up hating on me. She told me she loved me, she baby, stand up.
Talabalar, mehmonlar va ishtirokchilar. Qanaysizlar, yaxshimisizlar? Итак, я буду говорить на русском, хорошо? Итак, давайте начинать. Мы начинаем ивент, для которого все сегодня здесь собрались. Мы будем разыгрывать в общей сложности 20 призов. Из них 5 худи, брендированных худи от университета Эмити. Более 10 пакетов брендированной продукции Эмити, в которую входят ручки, тетради и всякие принадлежности. Кроме того, 5 термосов, 2 наушника AirDots последнего поколения и, конечно же, главный приз – это планшет Samsung A7. Дайте шуму. Xo'p, kelinglar boshlaymiz. Birinchi prizni o'ynash uchun biz mehmonlarimizdan, Huawei kompaniyasidan mehmonlarimizni chaqirib qolamiz. представители компании Huawei, я попрошу вас на сцену, чтобы разыграть первый приз. Представители компании Huawei, я попрошу вас на сцену. А вот и вы. Давайте аплодисменты, ребят, давайте поаплодируем.
Здравствуйте, спасибо, что собрались. Сейчас мы узнаем первого победителя. Мы являемся сотрудниками компании Huawei с HR-департамента. Меня зовут Шахноза, и мою коллегу тоже зовут Азиза. Очень приятно, спасибо большое, что нам дали шанс первый вытащить лот. Да? Я правильно сказала? Спасибо.
Спасибо большое нашим гостям. Итак, давайте начнем. Первый приз. Мы будем разыгрывать брендированную продукцию, наш специальный пакетик от университета Эмити. Итак, запомните свои номера. Сейчас будут крутить лохотрон. Если вы услышите свой номер, не будьте шустрее, поднимите руку и спокойно пройдите к сцене. Хорошо? Окей, давайте начинать. Итак, наш первый номер. Номер 103. Здесь есть номер 103. Я вижу руку. 103. Идемте сюда. Поздравляем, поздравляем. Вы получаете ваш приз. Спасибо. Так, давайте ускоримся. Здесь мы много уже сидим, много ждем. Давайте крутить еще раз и уже вытаскивать второй номер. Итак, номер 2. Номер 118. Я не вижу руку. Итак, номера 118 здесь нет. Мы разыгрываем следующего.
317.
Номер 317. Здесь есть номер 317? Учизоетте, что номер? Чекай. Опять раз. Арсакяр. Так, на этом мы заканчиваем. Мы приостанавливаем разыгрывание наших пакетов. Брызал етінші номером шыққан екен. Брызал етінші номер. Бұл жерде бар ма? Қолды қолдамай. Шыққан бияқта. Так, давайте продолжим. Только давайте еще раз сделаем 2 шага назад. Ребят, здесь мешает мне. Спасибо всем большое. Никита, там ортаге. Окей, на этом мы приостанавливаем разыгрывание наших пакетов. Номер 230. Здесь поторопились, вытащили еще один номер. Номер 230. Счастливчик. Где ты? Икизо тысячи номер. Они только нас. Итак, Инда, мы будем разыгрывать худи. Эмити, University, Йозуга, алдында бар худини ойнаймыз. Давайте крутить лототрон. Номер 176. 176 номер. 176. Are you here? 176. Bu yerda yo'q ekan. Ajab. Итак, давайте еще раз попросим. Кто же выиграет хузи? Номер 123. 1, 2, 3. Приветствую, игровой чемпионат. Hech kim hujjat topmayapti. Birinchi 23 nomer. Qarsaklar. Okey, ikkinchi hujjat. Давайте. Второй хузи побеждает. $132. 132. Призов тысячи номер. Ага, куркума, куркума. Победитель под номером 651. Ты здесь? Я вижу телефон. О, последний раз. Ребята, вот вот прям по этому закинете худины. Сразу ойнаурамыз. Следующий худин. Следующий худин побеждает человек под номером 91. 91. 91. Вызывайте 9-1. Окей. Такого человека нет. А жаль. Ладно, давайте. Это хуже достанется другому человеку под номером 527. О, вот он здесь. Молодец. Поздравляем. А теперь поблагодарим представителей компании Технокод и вызовем сюда представителей компании Mobius. Mobius, вы здесь? Mobius, попрошу вас на сцену. Mobius пока отдыхают. А пока вы идете, мы позовем представителей компании Inaugural Bank. Мы позовем представителей компании Inaugural Bank. Итак, последняя хузи побеждает счастливчик под номером 483. 483. Я вижу 483. Идемте сюда, ребят. А пока вы идете сюда, я видел, давайте это в законе признались вашими. Последняя охоте. Мы, оказывается, еще успели разыграть термос. Да, термос, да. Победитель, который получает термос, человек под номером 114. Будет он кто? 114. 114. Здесь есть 114? 114 здесь нет. Хорошо. Так, нет, это, по-моему, не здесь. 114. Ага, я вижу 114. Мобиус, вы успели подойти к сцене? Спасибо вам большое. Спасибо большое. Хорошо. Наши гости из Inaugural вытащили еще одного счастливчика, и это счастливчик под номером 282. 282. Is there a person with 282? 282. 282. 242 номер bu yerda emas ekan, afsuski. Biz keyingi nomerga yo'nalishga o'tamiz. Следующий номер вытаскивают наши гости из компании Mobi-UZ. И обладателем следующего тормоза становится человек под номером 221. 221. Please remember. Congratulations. Осталось 3 термоса. Давайте быстренько их разыграем. Следующий обладатель нашего термоса — это номер 421. Where is your number? 421. Is there 421? 421 нет. Давайте продолжим. Еще один номер. Так, 421. Поднимайте руки выше, ребят. I can't see you. Okay. Поздравляем, вы стали обладателем термоса. И следующий наш счастливчик. Number 48. Номер 48. Красавец. Где? О, так и зачем? Да, oxirgi termos. Kimga nasib qilar ekan? Nomerni chiqaramiz. It's 42, 542. 542. 542. Congratulations. It's 542. 542. It's not. 542. Okay, you're here. Come on up. Итак, поздравляем номер 542. А сейчас давайте разыграем нехилый призы. Сейчас мы будем разыгрывать продукции компании Mi AirPods 3. Итак, для этого нам помогут гости из компании Deloitte. Аплодисменты. Сейчас AirPods 3. Это счастливчик под номером 614. 614. All что это? Борно. О, симпатски. Окей. Мы сыграем вторую пару. Так, передача это 69. Отлично. Так, город победитель, скорость, покатки, платцы, продукция. Обладатель следующего счастливого пакета становится человек под номером 70. 69, а теперь 70. 70, вы здесь? Нет, push. Okay, there's no 70. Следующий обладатель пакета от университета Амити становится номер 300. Сразу Кенни, пожалуйста. Саксон Бич, 85. 85. 85. 402. Номер 402 здесь нет. Хорошо, продолжим. Следующий номер. Это следующий. Под номером 273. 273. 273. Давайте поаплодируем, ребят. Что-то скучно здесь. Я вас не слышу. Следующий номер. Окей. Пикс-9, 159. Вы взяли только значение, ребяточки. Добрый климас. Я так сходки, да, закинем номер сразу у нас. И следующий номер. Так, следующий счастливчик. 680, 680. Студент под номером Алкис Саксон, вытащили. О, я вижу руки. Команда. Спасибо. И последний контактный баллон объявляет нашего последнего победителя, о котором вы будете. Этот счастливчик. 210, 210, все hands. Команда. Осталось всего лишь 3 пакета. Человек по номерам. Номер 64. Здесь есть отлично. Ну что ж, есть? Нет. Следующий номер. Номер 113. Номер 103. Ребят, вы сейчас эти... Ладно, следующий номер. Здесь есть номер 113. Итак, следующий наш победитель – это счастливчик под номером 422. 422. Здесь есть 422. Нет, здесь нет 422. Следующий номер. Последний пакет. Это самый удачный пакет. И его забирает номер 2. Номер 2, где ты? Номер 2. Номер 2. Ладно. Давайте разыграем следующего. Итак, 283. 283. It is like so much. Ладно? Хорошо, мне так понятно. Здесь есть номер 275, идемте. Обратимся. Теперь. Да? Верно. Та вещь, которую вы все ждали. Только давайте сделаем еще 2 шага, ребята. Вы очень близко стоите. Итак, последний приз. Компания. Здесь есть 39. Если интересно, ставим. Здесь. Ладно, у вас всех есть еще один шанс. Просим наш барабан и вытаскивается номер. Are you here? 718. 718. Это 718. Всем спасибо, что собрались здесь. Я надеюсь, что что-то получилось. Всем спасибо. Всем пока.